And good morning. 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that I can see what I'm looking at, obviously, on the video and hear what I was thinking from my voiceover, and I don't have to do any screen snapping or typing or any of those things to distract from my focus. And journaling, which is very important. All times here are Central Standard Time, if I didn't say that yet, and nothing in here is for financial advice or trade advice or any of that. And there's a delay, so even if you wanted to follow the trades, be aware that there can be up to a minute delay, which I suppose could be a problem. Focusing now on the MES, micro NASDAQs, because of the extreme volatility we've had, and to manage risk. This is my book map, and this is my IRT charting package. For numbers now, this morning we have core retail sales out at 7:30. It's already done. What else we got going on over here? I might as well look. So here is our core retail stuff out at 7:30. We've got industrial production out at in 13 minutes, or the bottom of the hour. Oh no, quarter after the hour. That's pretty weird. Then we have crude oil inventories. If you have to trade that, happen to trade that. And next up is the Fed chair at 12:15, which should be a pretty big deal. And of course, this doesn't have anything to do with the ever-present danger of Sir Tweets a lot. This was big news that popped the market last night at 3 o'clock. And show you what I mean here. Right there. 39 to 5,400 points, essentially, in a few minutes. Might be able to see it easier over here. So here you go. There it is there. 1, 2, 3. These are 5-minute bars, which I'm finding kind of interesting to watch. That big volume, and that was it. And that was on the China thing. And now they're back to where they started out, pretty much, or heading back to where they started. So that's what's going on there in the overnight. Okay, that's what caused that big pop, and who the hell knows what's going to happen. It's pretty disappointing to me. Try to get this wound back out to 5 minutes. That's 15 minutes. There we go. All right, so what's going to happen next? Well, look at the pre-market here. We're talking about that already. So we have the big pre-market pop. Now we're having a basically back to where we started, right? There's our open. We are on a gap down, and I'll point out that this spike at 3 closed the gap, but we're back in gap condition again. So we're looking to open down here somewhere in the 70s. There's our open, and there's our gap. There's our close. Basically, if it weren't for that China spike, we would be 100% short inventory, because trade is virtually all below the open and settlement. Settlement is 54.28 quarter. So settlement's way up here, right? And we just got back to and teeny weeny barely closed that gap. So that's where we are. This is the MES Renko, NASDAQ. Like you can imagine what that was like. This is the micro composite for the micro composite for the micro E-mini. Boo, mouthful. And because of overlapping value here, I have started a new micro composite with this profile. The way I do these, wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. And by that, it generates a micro composite VPOC, obviously high and low. And you can't really see them, but it generates red and green high and low volume nodes, and they push automatically to bookmap, as do the session prices up here from this chart. And I'll be right back. All right, so we're going to be right down where we started here in a minute. All right, so that is where we are there. Now, this is the micro composite column where I enter all of the stuff manually. If I can get to see some of it somewhere. There's one or two. There's some of them. And here are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically from bookmap to bookmap. This is the full session volume profile. And you'll see that it started plotting last night at 1700. And it will go through tonight 1600. It is not the overnight, it is the full session or the Globex. This is the RTH session. This is yesterday. And it will reset at 8:30 this morning. Chart volume profile just plots what you see on the chart. And this is my pretty important notes column here. First, I changed the title of this to lower in range to the title or the open. Oops, I don't think K belongs in there anywhere. To the open type, because that gives me a lot of information quickly. And then the first thing I do is I clear these notes every night, and then you'll see it fills up here through the course of the day. This is the first or the most current auction naked volume point of control. What does that mean? This is where this was the volume point of control when we closed the RTH session last night at 1600. So it has not been auctioned yet because we haven't had another RTH session. It's only going to start this morning at 8:30. And then I flag the statistics relative to these various price levels based on the open type. And I also track the migrating VPOCs. There's no, these are the session prices from bookmap, from IRT to bookmap. And these, there are no indicators on my charts or my bookmap. There's a POC for the RTH and the full session. There's a VWAP for both. There's a mid for just the RTH, and you can't see the line, but there is a high or IB high and IB low, which are nothing more than just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. And none of these things are mysterious. The POCs just mark the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, period. And then the VWAP is volume weighted average price. So that's that. The gradation here in the heat map reflects what liquidity is laying in the book. All right, so now We'll wind this out where we can, oh yes, the open type. Let's do that. How do we determine the open type? Very simply. Where we will open this current RTH session, here's where we're trading, as it compares to the previous RTH session close and the previous RTH session range. So what are we? We're lower than the close and we're within range. That's the open type, lower in range. Boom, easy. And then we will go to the statistics here. And that study comes from IRT. And it's right here. Now, 4 open types. Lower in range is where we're going to open. And this thing is very simple. It looks back at 2001 days. Of those 2001 days, we opened lower in range 594 of them. Of these 594 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 83.8% of the time. Overnight volume point of control, 83.8. Bam, that's all there is to it. What's next? Overnight mid, 82.7. That's typically always on the 2 inside ones. That's the second highest, most likely always. The 2 outside ones, it becomes one of the either the close or the high and low. Previous close is 72.6. And I prefer to do this manually so I see where these things are. It registers with me, right? You can do all this programmatically, but you might as well stay in bed, you know? IB high is 70.9%. I saw an IB floating around here somewhere. Where was it? And that's the IB low. IB high is way off the charts to the top, so we'll look at that later. The overnight low is 67.3. And the overnight high, I suppose, overnight high is 51.2. Where did it go? It's got to be hiding right there. No, that's settlement. Where'd the overnight high go? Should be right there. I guess it's right underneath of the close, so there we go. We can't put it in there. I'll put it just above. And it is what? 51.2. Okay, there we go. Now, what else do we have here? Previous low, 51.5. And that should be enough to keep me confused for a while. You'll notice that these levels don't line up very good when I have it all wound in tight like that, because the scale gets off and I can't really judge very well where I'm going. The rest of them look pretty okay, I guess. Oh, there's way off. All right, so those are the levels. They're not targets. They are just, you look at the probability, you know, there's an 83% probability that price opens down here is going to get up there and hit that at some point in the day. And 82.7 is going to get here. Well, stop and think about that. How's it going to get past 82.7 without getting 83.8? So you see that these are just probabilities. Okay. Next pretty important thing to do is be able to trade, I guess. And in order to trade on Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel by clicking that little padlock, and then select how you're going to interact with the application for trading with your mouse. If you choose the chart, the only place you can enter trades, manipulate targets, etc., is with the mouse is here in the active data column, which is this one right over here. You can't really see the line. It's not very easy to see, but trust me, it's there. You notice the mouse changes to a $ inside of the column and pointer outside, and that there's no volume bars or any kind of history plotting along over here. The next one is the dome, which you can only interact with the mouse here in the dome columns. And then, of course, you got double jeopardy, right? You got both. And I've been trying to get up to speed with using the mouse. Now, I have the keyboard set up and activated, and I can use it in either configuration, chart or dome, or any of the three, or both, of course. But I'm thinking that it's faster to execute with a mouse in this column. Most of the day, I'm using the mouse, right? So if I see a trade that I haven't been able to anticipate well in advance, I've got to leave the mouse, put both hands onto the keyboard, and then key in an entry. Now, that looks to me like it could take some time. So that's how I do that. Next, I need to activate the micro composites, or the multi-brackets, football. It goes right there. And I am currently using a 4-lot high volume configuration, which has a 24 tick stops. The way these works, they have to be even numbers. The package has to be even number of contracts, and you'll see why. In this case, it's 4. The stop for all 4 is at 24 ticks. I've determined that. Usually I trade it with 12, but because of this volatility, high volatility, 24. Then the first risk neutral profit target is for half of the package at the same price in ticks positively as the stop is negative. 2 contracts, positive 24 ticks. Then there are 2 runners. A 2-lot, same story. 24 for 2, 24 for 1, and a runner. Boom. Now, what's great about this is the minute you achieve the first scale, the worst that can happen to the trade is a scratch because you're risk neutral. These 2 contracts pay for these 2. Unless you're, got something wrong with you and you move your stop away from your entry. Then you're moving your stop away from 24 ticks. This means that this isn't any good anymore, right? It has to be the same. So that's how it works. All right, so those are the setups. Have that configured. Now I'm going to need to do a snap here pretty quick for the Traders Lab, which I put out at 8:20. And what in the hell is that? Okay, what is this? The Traders Lab is a Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab, affectionately referred to by most people as the T-Lab. Started by a fellow named Tom B. And the most, I suppose, interesting thing that got me to stick was originally, nothing is for sale. You don't even have to be a subscriber to Bookmap in order to participate and take full advantage of everything, which is pretty phenomenal. And you'll never be solicited for anything. So, it's not one of those, oh, this is available on my website, or I do this mentoring, or any of that stuff. So that's, and there's a good crew of people in there, and Tom has good philosophies about risk management and how to trade and things like that. He doesn't call trades. He doesn't trade live, which I'm disappointed about that. But, what are you going to do? His business. It's his ball and his bat, so he can do what he wants, right? And every day at about 6, I post the reports, and every day at 8:20, I post this chart, this view, which shows all of the levels and the relative, overnight and RTH session and naked volume points of control, just to kind of give people a heads up as to how they may how they may want to for all the levels. It started out when I was first in the T lab, and there'd be a lot of people asking all the time, what's the level? What's the POC? What's the POC? And I thought, well, this might be a good idea. So sorry, I got distracted by some on the other screen. So I do this every day at 8:20, and I'll do that now. I will do that now. And there we go. All right, so that's done, and now we're back to business here. Get our charts back in business. And try to get this other thing going right up here. Hold on. Where did I go? There I am. Okay. I monitor the stream on another computer on my upper set of monitors. One of my upper monitors. Well, we're going to get down here lower and lower. And we are pushing the micros and we're pushing the minis, and we've got everything looks like it's pretty much okie dokie here. So that's pretty cool. And we've got that gap. So what I've done here, the gap low would be the low of the day, which is about 54.19 quart half, I guess. So let's check and make sure I got that in there right. And there's the gap low, or gap high, I'm sorry. And it's incidentally just right almost on top of the gap low from a couple days ago. This is the gap high, meaning this is where we closed yesterday, previous close. And when we open, that will be the gap low. I use range, not value or settlement or those things. So it looks like everything's ready to rumble here. I think. I hope. Seems so. Stream says it's trickling down the mountain peacefully, so that's a good thing. Yeah, these I find these candlesticks kind of reinforcing to me. Bookmap gets a little busy for me, and the way you do them is real simple. You just go to heat map settings and turn them off or on. That's all there is to it. Back on again, and then you can set them for 5 minutes or whatever the hell you want, and the body width and all those kind of things. I find it kind of handy. And I have them set, these are 5-minute bars, so I try to, that it also helps me keep the scale relative to 5 minutes, which is, if I want to go out or in, I can, but, or you could set these to 1 minute and then, have your scale in 5, and you'd have 5 ticks between each horizontal. And we're coming down now almost through the entire, we're where we fell out of range last night, about the London Open, I guess. And then we rotated back and forth a while. Let's get to the micros. We're here. Here we are now, right? There we trade. So there we are. And we're right down to this reversal top over here we had. And then here we had the double bottom, and up she goes for thank you very much, China. So it seems like I got a lot done. I must have forgotten something. I try to keep the process the same every day for my own benefit and for anyone else's. One thing about the brackets or the setup and the trade control panel that I forgot to mention, two things. Once I've confirmed the proper package size and the, how I have the interaction set up, I click this padlock again, stays green, stays open, but you get the real estate back on your screen and you don't trade your P&L, or you can't. And I have this, there's a bar up here, you can have this same data here, up here on this bar, and I have that off. I don't think that's a good idea to trade watching your P&L. Also, it's important to know that if you change instruments, boom, I'll go to the regular ES as opposed to the micro. And this is the mini instead of the micro. It automatically and immediately shuts off the trade control panel. So if you jump over there and look at something, or you come back over here, you go, oh, hell, I want to trade that. Well, you're going to have a big problem. You got to just turn this back on to however you select it. It will remember your package setup. And if you don't use multi-brackets, you can set up brackets down here and do things like that. But I won't go into that now because I don't think it's important. And the multi-brackets work a lot better for me than the way we used to do it. If you wanted to trade a 2-lot or a 4-lot package, you set it up for one contract with a bracket around 1. And then you'd have to click 4, you'd have to enter 4 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, boom, 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 boom. If you use a keyboard, and that's what you got to do with a mouse. Then you could manipulate, that way you would have 4 orders and you could manipulate stops, targets, and all those things. Otherwise, if you put a 4-lot, you get 1 stop and 1 target down here with regular brackets. That's why the multi-bracket is really good for me, because when you enter a trade, you get the stops and the targets just the way you have them set out. Over here. And you can manipulate them and do whatever you want to do. And we're going to open here in 3 big ones. I've got tea, I've got water, I've got a banana, I've got my girl, who could ask for anything more, right? Okay. I was talking, and I don't think I talked properly. What I was talking about was these micros here. And the fact that I'm going to go through it again because it's important. If you change instruments, this goes away. This turns off the trade control panel. You got to turn it back on, select both, make sure the contracts are right. I told you the difference in the brackets. I'm sorry if I didn't have that visible. And there you are. And we're going to open here in a couple of seconds, a minute or so. Now, if you're watching this thing and you're confused about these candles, maybe this candle represents all the trade between this vertical and this vertical. In other words, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down is right here. Same for this one, is all of this. It's not the other way. This candle is not, obviously it's not plotting this stuff, but just to keep your head right and to avoid confusion. That's how it works. I went back to, the TopStep X, I went back and traded a couple of micro NASDAQ last night. 10 handles or something. That did not work out well yesterday, the TopStep thingy. Ooh. The TopStep X thing that I do evenings sometimes experiment with. And there we go. We're open at 8:30. And so what are we going to do first? We're going to find the right mouse. That's first of all. Where the hell did my mouse go? There we are. And then we're going to plot in the first migrating VPOC, I think. There we go. Now where are we? Way up here. Oh, look at that candle go. Oh, baby. That was one you wanted to be part of, right? Wow. Almost. Well, 10 handles. 10 handles on the opening candle. Oof. Baby. Why? Why? Oh, are they looking at the gap? No, they're not. Let me just get some stuff down here. Seems like it's moving pretty quick today, doesn't it? And now we're back down. Now we wiped it off again. Yeah, we're opening way lower here. Remember that we're in the gap. So gap rules would apply today. Oh, we got a lag today. No, we don't. I guess it was recalculating. Because I was changing the charts. When I do that, obviously it changed. It has to recalculate everything because it's not now only looking at RTH. Now only looking at RTH bars instead of full session. So here's our gap. Here's our open. Where'd open go? There we go. So this is the gap low. Boom. Boom. Gap low from 160425. And there we are. And there we are, and there we are, and there we are. Boy, they're all over the board this morning, eh? Swing trade. How nice. It's two 10-point bars. Boom, 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 boom. Look at this crap here. Well, okay. What am I doing now? Let's see here. We got no lags. That's a really nice thing. That was a big drama last week, boy. I wasn't able to do any of the stuff I normally do. I usually push bon dia to the bang. Antonio. Quite a big pop with that China news last night, huh? Wow, that was a biggie. At 3 o'clock this morning, of course. Didn't help me out. You'd have been up, though. Hopefully you got some of that, maybe. And we continue to migrate north, just slowly. So gap rules are, if we close the gap relatively early in the session, the RTH session, and if we are accepted in value from previous RTH session, extremely high possibility we will trade across that value. If we do not close the gap, or if we are rejected out of that value area from the previous day, previous RTH session, then there's a high probability that it'll trade in the direction of the gap. And I'm sorry that I don't know those statistics. I should, but shoot me. Shoot me. All right, so what do we got going on here? That's been saved. I'm on the right thing over here. RTA. Oh, no. Okay, so everybody is now switched to the RTH session and save. This is all on IRT over here. This is the minis and this is the micros. And this is Bookmap. So what are we doing here? Well, we went down and up and down and up, like the dizzy's drunken sailors that we are. Here's the IB low, and here's the IB high. That's great. Yeah. Here we go. Loop-de-loo. Going on here? Something doesn't seem right here. Oh, there we go. All right, what are we doing now? Did we do some more moving around over here? I'm busy trying to figure out that upper thing. Well, there's our volume, and there is our overnight volume point of control for 83%. Boom, bang, crash. Thank you very much. And here's the mid, right? So those two high probabilities worked out pretty well. And what are we doing? We're just trading up, aren't we? Yeah. Context is building higher. Just keeps reversing or bouncing off the mid and heading up. I have no clue whether they would try to close that gap or not. It seems like they're moving that direction. There was some news out this morning. There's some news out somewhere. What am I doing? Where'd I go? Okay. So the retail sales month over month is down. It's a miss by, not really. It came in at forecast. Why it's red, I don't know, breaking. This is the big news that moved the market at 3. It's maybe easier to see over here. Industrial production is just out at 1.34. That's why it previous is 1.45. Then we have business inventories in 21 minutes. And the most important probably, unless you trade crude oil, then you got crude at 10, I guess. And the important is Powell speaking at 12:15. I don't know whether this thing here works or not. I mean, I don't know what I guess I like it. I've got the filtering pretty wide. I don't normally watch the Eurozone and Asia and stuff, but I thought with all this uncertainty going on and the tariffs, it would be a good thing to keep track of. Here's yesterday's imbalance. So here we are now, I guess. 101, April 16. 3. That doesn't seem very like much sense, does it? Where the hell is now? Where did now go? I guess now's at the top of this thing. That doesn't seem right. 637. What's this? Retail sales, okay. 730. Kind of cool. This is not real time because I'm not paying them $1,000 a year or whatever this Go Elite thing is. So here we are, I guess. These must mean that they're done already. I guess. I don't think I want CNBC on here very much anymore. Okay, 834 today. Well, that looks like it's about right. Okay. So back to the business at hand. What do we got? We got a migrating VPOC towards the gap close. We got up here and tagged out the overnight volume point of control and mid. Those stats are both done. And what stats are below us? What stats are above us? Oh, I hate you. Go away, please. So we've got the previous highs, previous lows, settle, previous close, and the lurker, the one that's lurking to the downside is besides obviously the current IB, is the overnight low. Not remembering to move that back and forth. Quite a long way to go to that 50 mile, 45 handles to close the gap. Or so. No, not quite. One trade yesterday afternoon, Antonio, after you left. Which worked out okay. Didn't get to the second the target because it was way below. Based on when I got in, it was way below the low of the day, and I trailed up, managed the risk by trailing up to T2, and it got taken out, but it was fine. It was 113 ticks or something like that. So that's a little bit of a, had it only been minis, it would have been just Jim Dandy. It's hard to get your head around forgetting about the money and just thinking about it in ticks, And that is the correct approach. If you can do it with a micro and you're only working on ticks, well, what difference does it make? And you can certainly size up or scale up or do whatever you want to do at any point after the important part is the confidence in the process and the plan, But yeah, when you see $150 or $147 and it would have been $1,470, that's kind of makes you go, damn. Damn, Shazam. Yeah, whoops, damn, I do that every time. Gotta stop doing that. There we go. Now this is the trade. It was at 12:05 or whatever that says. That was the entry, and then T1 and T2, and see T3 was way down here past the low of the day, or the overnight low, and I didn't think that that was probably. This was the current RTH low at that time, so it looked like a pretty far reach to me. And I started trailing up first to break even on T1, and then I scaled it up to here, and then a little bit further, and I got it taken out right there. So T1 and T2. What's going on here now? There we go. Well, I'm so pleased that Bookmap or whatever this thing is, IRT, is not lagging all over the place. That's pretty handy. So we tested up, we did a big wickaroony, and now we're down. Basically a 3-bar reversal, if you are so inclined. There's a big selling wick, or buying wick, that didn't go any place. And here's the next candle, which closed. No, it did not close, so it's not a 3-bar reversal. I think the key has got to be that the close is supposed to be below the low, I think. This is probably going to do it for sure, I would guess. A couple of people I know just trade real simple stuff like that and do really well. I sometimes wonder if I'm just spinning my tires. Trade absolutely naked, just a 5-minute bar chart and no indicators and no volume profile and no anything, just support and resistance, basically. Sometimes a trend line. It's that Dakota guy in particular, actually, that I mentioned about the other day. Well, well, well. Yeah, it was a nice trade. Obrigado. About time. So, is this going to be a mean reversion? I think the mean reversion trade was off the high. is what I think. That's what I think at this point. And I have to keep reminding myself of what the news is. We got crude at 9, which is not, I don't trade crude anymore, but I guess nowadays anything can have an impact. And Captain tweets a lot, and that's the biggest one. That worries me. Well, so there we did close below that. Now, I don't think that constitutes a 3-bar reversal because it's not 3 bars, it's 4. Right? So there we are. And that mean reversion south would have been a lovely trade, eh? I'm not thinking that close the gap is on anybody's mind here today. We've got a VPOC from previous below us at 5,300. That was a big level all over the place. I certainly would not be shocked if that came back to be an important spot. I got some volatility again. The ATR is up to 12.34 so far, currently, I should say. Now the FOMO starts to bite on those, oh, it's going shorter, breakout noise. And it is going down, and so that's... And the overnight low is way below us at 53.39. So there is that. Damn. 30 points. And pretty much clean and green, not even a glimmer of heat. This could be an area where the bars aren't helping me, the candlesticks. Here's our high, and then we test right back up to it off the view app and exhaust, by watching the book map instead of the bars. I probably would have noticed that, except I would still have been pretty leery of the well, that was the VWAP VPOC reversal, so been a little leery of the gap close or the gap trade though. And then now all I'm doing is looking in the rearview mirror, so never mind. Damn. What a nice saw. So seems like somebody's pretty set in their ways there. I was trying to look at the crude oil. Looks like it's at the bottom of the hour. There's a whole lot of extra news going on. I think I was on mute, but get the point. There's that crude number, and then the next big. Oh, we got a bond auction. That will be a pretty big one because there's a lot of the big issue that's going on in the background that really controls the markets is the treasuries, the bond auction. China is the largest holder of American debt, followed by Japan. So, pissing off your banker may not be the best plan, I think. But nobody's asking my opinion, so, And that's how we're able to maintain the exchange, the exchange currency status and a whole lot of benefits that America's enjoyed for a long time are hanging into balance right now. It looks like that bottom's holding. Funny. I mean, how to know that? Just watching the liquidity in the book, I guess. Look at that go. Wow, that's amazing. Another 10 points on that mean reversion back up. But that wouldn't have been against the idea here. Now, we're getting up to a sell the pullback, idea. Context is down, so how do you get on? You get on here, you get on here. Do you get on here? Or shall I say, get on here, get on here, get on here, get on here. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe not. Maybe that's going to the well too many times. I just thinking out loud. Remember, the idea is that I'm trying to articulate what I'm thinking so that when I review this and see, I can go, what? Were you out of your mind or what? I'm not going to throw a short on here because I got no idea what they're up to. Back up to the gap low, whatever that means, and we're approaching mid and VWAP. Now the POC is donkeys miles above us, I think. Pretty sure. Oh, it's too bad it doesn't put a... What does that do? Values. I'm not sure what that does. Huh. Beats the hell out of me. So the developing value area low, eh? Again. A little run up to this liquidity might have been the opportunity. And I was busy fussing around with something on the upper screen there. I tell you what, I'm going to have to really crank up the focus heat on this is the business as my job and stop goofing around so much, being so lackadaisical about this. Trying to keep a balance and not stress and all those kind of things, but I'm I'm finding that I don't have, like, you know, right there. That short one we came up and tested, and now what are we going to do here? Is this a bar? So there's a consolidation, there's a breakout, retest. Going to go down, going to go up. That's what we don't know. Right around the developing volume point of control, or developing value area low, is, to be exact, right on it, actually. A lot of liquidity right up here, if it's real. Few hundred contracts. And now is not the time to get in. This is the way late, chasing entry. Here was the entry. That rear view mirror so clear from way over here. Here. Or if you're looking at candles, I guess. Now with this increased volatility risk neutral package that I've got on, it's now 6 ticks to the risk neutral scale, 6 points rather than 3. So that's a consideration. There's several times up here, though. I guess that's the thing to be aware of. Got quite a zipper going on over here, or barcode, or whatever you want to call it. It looks, apparently the volatility is kind of coming back to normal-ish. It's right now the ATR so far is 12.74 points. And here's our next 5-minute candle opening on the lows. How low can she go? Boy, that was a real missed opportunity up here. I wonder if I need to be off of those candles. Let's see what that looks like. Back to the old-fashioned view. I don't think it's so bad. Hold on there, Mr. Mouse. Well, shucks. Crude is at the bottom of the hour. That's a missed opportunity right there, boy. Well in the wheelhouse of the RTH1 period, and yeah, not crazy. Definitely a get on the pullback for a short right here. That's pretty disappointing. But we're getting down towards this IB low and the that support area down there. So now is not the time to be. This is the possibility of shorting a hole here, which is not a interesting spot to be. Definitely not very warm and fuzzy, that's for sure. So IB low is at 53.46, and where's the IB high? I don't even know. Holy shit, really? Wow. IB high is at 88.75. Wow. That's a lot. Oof. And they're looking to tap out that IB low, I guess. Definitely basing out down here at the bottom. That's a fine how do you do there. What's that about? Hi, Panda. Good morning. Good morning, Miss Singing. Okay, so that's pretty interesting. What's all that about now? I don't see any red news here, but something's definitely got it lit up. I don't know if any of this means anything. To be honest with you. I guess what it does is just ticks by what's happened. I guess that's it. Crude oil at 9:30. I don't know. Beats me, man. Look at this. Look at this. That's pretty amazing. That's pretty spicy. So we're up here at 71, 61. I mean, yeah, but what do you do? Oh, we had a VPOC migration south. Well, there you are. My favorite trade. My favorite way to lose money. No, not really. I got a lot better. I got a lot more favorite ways to lose money than that. So here we go. Migrate down. Yeah, up there 10 handles. Yeah, that's just a perfect setup. Just perfect. Now, mid VWAP VPOC, sure, why not? But why is all of this happening? And what prompted them to do that? What's the motivation? I don't see any news. I guess they just got, enough shaken out down there. I always feel like there needs to be a reason that I'm not understanding, which is pretty flippin', pretty frustrating, actually. I don't see anything in the news. Crude comes out at 9:30 in 2 minutes if you're trading crude oil. The Wednesday inventories are out. Bear that in mind. You see how that little pullback is trading it up. Now they may close the damn gap. Who knows? And why? It's it's doing all this on reducing volume down here. And you need to be on a diet. You know that as well as I do. The doctor said. Yeah, you and me both. Only I'm ahead of you. I'm winning. Yeah. Well, let's see now. What am I forgetting to talk about or do or show or something else here? Just standing by, hoping that you get such pretty long whiskers. Yeah, you do. These candlesticks are, as I mentioned earlier, they're just part of the heat map setting. Right there. You can set the number of minutes that you want them to be and all that kind of thing. I thought it was kind of interesting to watch them. One thing about them is this candle right here is for this data. So this is the close of the last 5-minute bar, and this was the close of the current one. Now this is the open. So any of this trade inside of this 5-minute vertical horizontal is going into this candle, and it will continue to move across the along the timeline until it gets here, gets to the next 5-minute. And those are just, I just have them set. I can wind them in or wind them out or whatever it is. I like them so that I can sort of see where I am so that they're on 5 minutes. I think that's important for me anyway. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Sorry about that. And there's 5 minutes. And we're right on the mid and the VWAP and just above the POC, which has just now migrated south. And that's the first, unless I'm wrong. It did a little jumping around right at the open, and then it's been pretty much holding there since 8:40. Well, we are in the IB now. So the IB statistic is set, meaning this low and the high, which is way up above us at 88.75, are active. And that IB statistic is well known by everybody. And I'm sure Antonio and whoever else. Over 97% of the time in all 4 open types, the IB low or the IB high are exceeded by price in the balance of the RTH trading session. And think about that a minute. That's one hell of a statistic, right? The one statistic about that I like is 2.3% of the days or the time or whatever however you want to look at it, neither are hit. So if you've not taken out an IB statistic, as either the low or high has not been taken out, and you're nearing the end of the day, there's a one hell of a good probability that you're going to run to one of them, whichever is the closer. And I've actually made that trade and done well with it once or twice, but in recent memory. Then there's about a 34%. It varies with the different open types. Let's look at that, I guess. There's about a 34, I think, % chance that both are taken out, which is a neutral day. Panda, just such a crying little puss, aren't you? Okay, here's the homework study, right? So here's the IB high or low, 97.7, higher out of range. Higher in range, 97.8, IB high or low, and you see that it's the top one. It's the most probable statistic to hit. Most likely, however you want to look at it. In this current one that we are in, lower in range, it's 98%. And lower out of range is 97.6. Now we can drop down here to, oh, this says lower out of range. Hold a minute. Did we open lower out of range? Oh, sure we did. What am I talking about? Moron. Of course we did. We're in a gap low, for Christ's sake. Oops. There we go. Sorry about that. Anyway, I do these titles in this column so that when I look back at a snap or the stream, I can tell immediately what, I know exactly where we opened with relationship to the previous RTH session. That's without scrolling up and down and in and out and all around. So now, did I get those correct? Let's just see what the overnight low is, 69%. Where is one of them? I might have put the wrong one down there. The overnight low is yeah, I got the wrong ones. Oh, that was pretty stupid. Sorry about that. I better go back. back to bed and stay there until Mama comes and abuses me. So we have 83.4%. You see, it's very on the more probable. It's very close. It's 83.4 as opposed to 83.8 because I had lower in range rather than lower out. It's pretty dumb. And the mid, I'm not going to go back and change all these, but 68.6. Wow, that is a big difference. 68.6% probability. Oh, wow. I apologize for that. If I screwed somebody up with those wrong statistics in there, that's my bad, big time. Sorry. So anyway, while we're looking at this and got it scrolled in, here is the IB high. The IB statistic has been made, so 90 in this particular open type, 97.6% of the time, this one or this one will be exceeded at some point today in the RTH trading session. Could be 1 nanosecond after 9:30, which is long gone, or 1 nanosecond before 1600, you know? So it's not that tradable for me. And how I've discovered I'd screwed up the levels was when I started to look for the probability of both. Right. So the IB high and low is 31.4%. That was the statistic I was looking for when I realized that I had screwed up these levels over here. I apologize for that. So what else we got? Previous low. Yeah, 67.6. Wow. I better go back to bed and stay there till I'm a good boy. Close. 44.5% of the time. Wow, what a hell of a difference, huh? Big deal. I'm all kind of wondering if... Now, one thing I'm going to say here that I should also preference this. This is looking at the ES, not specifically the MES, but it doesn't make much difference. And I'm trying to use the same, you know, I'm flopping between the MES and the ES for the people in T-Lab and that use these levels. So I'm, this weekend, I will just determine I'll build another homework study that uses the MES as opposed to the ES. It's not a matter of build it. You just change the instrument is all. But that's how it works. And let me see, what was I doing now? Settlement. Well, which is that wasn't settlement. That was something else. So we got close, low. We're not going to go up here anytime quick, I don't guess. Previous high. Wow. Previous high is 11%. So I guess south is the way to be leaning, right? Okay, well, I'm glad I was rambling on here and figured out that I had made that mistake. Once again, I apologize. Anyway. And where are we now? Where were we? We were there, so we're going to go up here one, I guess. Up a tick. Oops, I didn't want to do that either. Man, I better get straight to bed and do not pass go or collect $200 here, I think. Come on, man. What's going on? There we go. There we go. And there's a little jig and a jog here. You see that stupidness? There's our new candle starting out. Wow. Well, I'm glad I figured that out. I'm sorry that I didn't figure it out earlier. I tell you what, I need more something in the mornings. I got to do some exercises, I guess, so that I got the blood boiling. Where are we now? 9:40. Okay, so we've got the crude out. The IB statistic is in play. I've talked about that. Oh, there's one other thing around the IB statistic that is interesting. Rod, who's a real nice guy and good trader and successful and seems like all around good person. In the T Lab and who's also developing Static, which I'm fortunate to be part of the beta on that. He did a statistic which the T Lab folks, and oftentimes I refer to in my dialogue here, as the IB30. And what that says is there's about 89% of the days in any open type that the high of the first 30 minutes or low of the first 30 minutes is exceeded by the high or low in the second 30 minutes of the RTH session. So all he's done is divide the IB statistic of 1 hour into two 30-minute segments and worked out that that's the case. So they often refer to that as the IB30, and then they often refer to the old-fashioned IB statistic, which sets at 9:30, as the IB60. So to avoid confusion, there you go. Look at this pile of liquidity labeling up here. It's about 300 contracts or more at 75. And of course, as anybody that's traded more than 15 minutes knows, this is a good suggestion, but it's basically fantasy land. They can come and go as they please, and it's the whole law about spoofing and all that is just horseshit and bus tickets. It means nothing. They do whatever they want. If they want to arrest some poor kid in his dad's bedroom in London, but I think they did let him loose, so that's good. That's what they'll do, that flash crash guy. Forget his name. What a whiz-bang guy that was. He was making millions of dollars a day. Well, I mean, good for him. But, the Goldmans of the world and all the market makers, and really, think about it. What is a spoof? You're not supposed to put in a potential order that you wouldn't trade out. Well, okay, so they say, yeah, well, we'd have traded that out, but then the market changed and we moved it. I mean, really, that's I think the thing that's stupid is the law or the rule, because it doesn't make any sense. And here we have a bop up here to this overnight VWAP. We've got a big stretch out absorption, and now we're coming up to the top of the. No, we're not. The overnight, the IB high is 53.8875. And why this thing is going up like a moonshot, I have no clue. Looks like gold. I'll tell you, that's the thing that I'm starting to broaden my horizons back again. It's like being so fixated on just the ES is, I don't think, a good thing. The hell is all this? Oh, okay. I got it now. I see now. I see. I see. I see, said the carpenter as he picked up his hammer and saw. Right? Yeah, I'm full of them. That's what happens when you get old. You start remembering all the ridiculous crap you heard through the years. Well, now what are we doing? That's 1, 2, 3, 2. Remember, this candle is only doing this data right here. So, well, no, I'm sorry. I've got this wound in too tight. That's why I try to keep these on 5 minutes, because it's not correct yet. That's why I think it's important for my brain to have these candles right on, or have the candle set to the horizontal to the time frame, or vice versa, but not mixed and matched. Because when you look back at the book map stuff, I want to know where the top of that candle was, not back over here someplace. For me, it's easier to know that that's the top of this candle, and that's the top of this one, and on and on. Maybe it's better to put them 1 minute, but that looks pretty crowded to me. 77 to 71, and any one of these shorts would have been magic. But why was it going up there like that? No news, no nothing. And, completely contradictory to the VWAP short, VWAP migration. Now, this is very definitely a price check at aisle 3. There you are. There you are. But we've migrated up. What's that mean again? So we're at 35.95, say call it 36 and 34 down here. So it's only 200 contracts gets this from here to back down to here again. Not much. It looks to me like it's still trading up. All right, back again. So when's that bond auction? Usually they're at 12, or that notes. Usually they're at 12, I suppose. Yep, there's the crude inventory. And if you're interested in the petroleum balances, there you go. This is, by the way, this is called financialjuice.com, and this is also free, as is my my investing.com. You can set investing.com, you can set it all up for your filter it all out in your time zone and all that kind of stuff. The juice picks up the time zone from your computer setting. You can't set that yourself. But it seems to be a more and then filtering. And like I said, I've got it filtered pretty wide for in this economic stupidity that we're going through here. But yeah, and I don't see why we're doing this other than we just are. The market goes down to go up and goes up to go down, right? And we're just kind of out here in space again. These island tops and bottoms, and obviously the day is young, but there we are. I don't know if I was actually showing that live a minute ago. There we are. There's the crude stuff, and here's this is Financial Juice, and it is free, as is the other one. Investing.com. I'm being summoned here. Stand by. Let's see what's up here now. Seems like we're on the right window and the right everything. And I can't say what I think is happening here other than it's just a rotational, they're just trading it. If you stop and look at it, it's just rotation. I know I am so used to this volatile market and this craziness that if you stop and look at it, what are we doing? It's a pretty much of a. It's got three little Humpty Dumptys in here, distributions, but it's pretty balanced, right? And it's balanced between 88 and 46. So that's 43 handles wide the entire session so far this morning. And our ATR is down to 11.7, so it's still a little volatile compared to how it usually was. Yeah, so we got the bond auction at 12, and then Papa Pal here at 12:15. So it's going to be a very interesting afternoon. And I mean, why do I track this? Well, because the yellow brick road here. Look at that. Before I could get the flag in there, it's back down again. Stupid. That is indicative of a light market with volatility. So, I mean, with the volume so light that, one or two shares can make, or contracts can make a difference in any market, but to have that kind of quick action up and down strikes me that way. And we're at 745,000 K, 745,000 shares traded so far on the MES. The ES is 543. The NQ, which is shocking to me, but I guess it makes sense, is 275,000, and the micro NQ is 965,000 shares. That's I didn't ever realize that the micro NQ was so much more volatile, so much more liquidity than the regular NQ. I mean, yeah, it's 10%, so I guess it kind of makes sense, but really? Does it really? And what I was going to say about this, the reason I do these flags is pretty quick. The yellow brick road plots all day, and I also have it available and plotted with the same colors on IRT, but pretty quick it'll scroll off the left of the screen, right? Yeah, and what I try to achieve here is that what I think is important to trade is right here in front of me on the hard right edge, I'm sorry, left, right. Dyslexia is a wonderful thing. And now we're just bebopping back and forth over the, the 11th commandment, thou shalt not diddle in the middle, and boy, that's about it. Now, it's a question that I talk about sometimes, and we've joked about, Antonio and I agree anyhow, is this VPOC migration trade is a tough one to figure out. Obviously, you can't miss the setup, but what's the criteria and what's the trigger? How do you identify that so that you can actually vet the trade? In other words, take enough examples of that specific setup and trigger so that you have a statistically significant data set of that. And then you can calculate mathematically whether that setup has an edge or not. That's the process you use for vetting any trade, whether it's an IB failure, continuation, whatever it is. You identify the setup, the criteria, and then you, away from the live market, preferably in your homework period and with your coding or whatever, however you backtest, you determine whether that setup and those criteria produce a positive edge or not. And if they do, then you take every instance of that presents itself in the live market. And you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that percentage of edge to your bank or your account. And this is not just some bullshit I dreamed up. This is, Richard, not Richard Simmons, but Ray Dalio and Paul Tudor Jones and Sosnoff and Jim Simmons at Renaissance Technology and Tom Hogarden, and even some guy on TopStep was even saying, it's one of the coachy guys they got over there was even saying last night, well, it's the probabilities, this is a business of probabilities, and that's exactly what it is. You have to come to peace with that the market is random. The outcome of the very next trade is 50-50, and the way to succeed successfully as a business is to establish one or two setups, do one, then do two, then do however many, in the specific context and criteria that produce an edge, and then lean on that edge for your income, profit, however you want to look at it. And it's not a new idea. It is the exact philosophy of a casino. They absolutely do not play any game which they have not pre-identified an edge and specific rules. Next time you're in a casino town, tell them you want to change the rules, or you want them to use less cards in the shoe or whatever, and see what they say to you. I mean, it's absolute, because they know the edge on that specific thing. 21, roulette, whatever it is. And they know gamblers will win, and you need to come to the peace with the fact that it is a random environment. The outcome of the next trade is 50-50, so you're going to have losses. And the key is risk management and probability, so that you have more, your wins are greater than the losses. It's that simple. And that's the way a casino works. When a guy wins, they pay him and say, hey, you're a big spender, or whatever they call them. I haven't been to a casino in 25 years, but yeah, that's the way it works. And that is actually the holy grail of trading. That is really approaching trading as a business. And the secret, again, not my secret, the most successful people, traders, hedge fund managers, etc., in the world. So, don't argue with success, I guess. And now, where are we here? Well, we have gotten another one of these tops up here, and I'm busy bullshitting and not taking a trade. A little bit spooked, though, with all this up noise and these VPOC migrations higher. That's kind of signaling maybe shorting isn't such a great idea. And if you look over here, what have we done? We traded up, we traded down, now we're trading back up. What are we doing? We're rotating right around this balance area. I'm not sure how it relates over here to this market profile. You can see where we are, this little doji looking fellow over here. Never even close to the gap. Not close, nor are we close to the previous micro composite VPOC down at 53. Same story with the NQ. These are the micros, and this is the others. These are the minis. Same story. There you go. There you go. And that rear view mirror trading, which is so phenomenally good and clear, that's the place to do it, right there, right here. These are not earth shaking, these are range trades, but they're 10 points, right? There's 11 points right there to there. Well, that's enough. You take one 10-point trade a day and, hang up your mouse, you're a successful, phenomenally successful trader. And remember that if you win one trade a day for one tick, you're doing better than 95% of the traders that try this. Think about that for a minute. That's a staggering or a sobering thought, isn't it? So, there you go. Now you know the Holy Grail, so I don't need to do that anymore. And I just need to eat my own dog food. God damn. And now what I'll do is I'll say, okay, now I'm going to short this next time it comes up, and then it's going to go ripping up to close the gap and do whatever. Because he who hesitates is lost. And how many times can you drink from the well? That's an old saying, but also remember that boom, 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 boom. All these spots we've been hitting the bottom of the crosshair. It's like beating on the bottom of a bucket with a hammer, right? Pretty quick that you'd knock a hole in it. One would imagine that all these shorts just below the POC and the mid and the VWAP are laying down. All these stops are laying down here. And some clever fellow's going to think, well, I'm going to run down there and get me some of that. I guess. There's 2 minutes. That doesn't work for me. But shorting now is exactly opposite of what you should be doing. This is short the whole, unless you're a breakout trader. And in my opinion, for me, breakout trading is FOMO. I'm pissed because I didn't get short up here when I've seen all these things, and I'm thinking, okay, it's going to break out. That's not a good trade for me. And I realize that's a hugely profitable, trading method. Some of the, Paul and TopStep or whatever is a breakout trade. They are fully happy with that idea. But I don't think it's the right thing for me to do. And I'll be mad now when it breaks out and goes ripping off to the bottom, right? Back to the open. We've gone red and now. And that's my usual experience with the breakout breakout trade. I think where breakout trading can be more successful, or at least it was for me, is on an instrument like the NQ, where it slides past stuff a lot easier and a lot more frequently, and by a greater distance. The ES is typically a lot more liquid and holds much tighter to levels and stuff, just as a function of the liquidity. Because I've traded breakout stuff with before when I was, and I was on the NQ before I had all this grand ideas in my mind about trade plans and vetting trades and setups and all that. And here's the example of that I was saying a minute ago. Okay, so now we're right back up at this level. Do I short it? How many times can we drink from the well? And maybe that was it. Maybe that was the place to go, the developing value area low. Obviously, had you done that, you'd be scaled. Not quite with the current risk neutral package I have, but that would have worked out fine at this moment. Well, now what are they doing? So 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. Boom. All very nice. And 10 points. This is the, by the way, the more muted yellow is the full session, which is this VPOC. And the brighter one here is the RTH. And my wife just gave me a lovely snack breakfast here, which should have me in a food coma in moments. Okay, so where are we now? This thing working? Look at these big selling wicks here. Rod and Harry and those guys and a couple others, I think there maybe seems to have happened to. Anyway, they are working on it. What they've been calling a mid reversal, or I think that's what they call it. Boom, boom. You know, obviously, I'm looking back in hindsight at 2 instances, but they've been talking about that for a few days. I think Rod is working on some collecting statistics for it. Huh. Mm-hmm. I think I was on mute. Well, there you go. Disappointing. Disappointing. That developing value area high and low have been quite quite substantial levels. A lot lately. Quite a lot lately. What is this? Wednesday, all right. It looks like the concept of the gap has gone out the window. So there is a real series of missed opportunities, right? Which are all so easy to trade in hindsight. That famous rear view mirror trading. Well, now we're coming to a lot of resistance and liquidity right here, for a bigger part of the morning. We're right here, right now. Boop. Right there. Right on top of all of this resistance up here. Not saying that means something, but it's, oh, now we go down. Didn't even see it. Didn't see it. I mean, I thought about it happening, but didn't see it. V-shaped bottom. And again with the sayings, right? So we got lower lows, lower highs, pull back, short. That's what people would say. And we got rejected off of this consolidation right there. Then that support, that's been there for a while, that was resistance and now is support again. And included within that is the mid, the Globex VWAP, the RTH VWAP and the RTH VPOC. So we got a whole lot of actors down there. A whole lot of actors down there. Well, we migrated up to an existing, a previous. See how those flags start to work and there's nothing over here on the left? Ironically, the TopStep data had done that quite a while ago. They brought it right home to VWAP. I don't think trading here would be a smart move at all. I'd love to do that because I'm getting tired. I need to go do a couple things, and I'm feeling really bad about missing all these opportunities. Just basically one time frame and down, right? But that's when you get banked. Well, see, I go take a shower and look what happens. Well, I guess we can rule out any question about the IB failure being the play of the day. Good. Well, now this is not any place I would want to do this, and we are just at the end of RTH1. So I'll see how it goes over the lunch break. Don't forget that we've got the bond auction at 12 and Powell at 12:15. So use caution. Well, I guess they don't like what Powell has to say. Oh, look at that. My goodness. Forty handles. Wow. Coming right down to that micro composite VPOC here for too long. And then if they get under this, they're really going to haul ass. Trump should be so proud of himself. I see something. He wants to raise prices on prescription drugs. I think that's kind of weird. Wow. Well, what are they going to do? How low can they go? And there's that micro composite VPOC right there, acting like a floor. Boy, I tell you. Pretty funny. And I walk into the room exactly at the bottom. If I was taking a short, guess what? Timing is truly everything, isn't it? I mean, it may very well keep going down. They've had several pullbacks through here, but that's pretty funny. I walked in right there. You can see where I moved the mouse to get the align the screen, and it does this stupid thing here. And this is 10 points here too, by the way. I can't keep it. Well, that's irritating. This thing is irritating to me. Look at this and that. Wow. Look how far we dropped after this micro composite. What the hell is going on? Oh, I know what it is. This can't be right. Oh, I guess it can if we're in seconds here, yeah. This is when I spend a lot more time looking at IRT than I do Bookmap. It's not very handy for me when it starts getting weird like this. I want this to be $1 and I want it to be 5 minutes. But in order for me to do that, I won't be able to see because of the how far we've fallen off, I won't be able to see the range, right? Pretty irritating. Well, whether I believe this or not, I don't know. But according to IRT here, it's consolidating down here, putting in a zipper. Can that be true? Yeah, sure as hell is. $60 points under the IB. Look at this. This is some crazy stuff, huh? A lot of volume down there. Must not have found what they were looking for underneath of that micro composite, I guess. Oh, something's all wrong with this number. I just realized that. Sorry, I had the mic. I thought it was muted. Sorry about that. It's definitely not a place you want to be FOMOing about stuff. At least I didn't do that, which is good. Well, I guess he's done, and now it's over. Or it's maybe questions and answers now. I don't even know what I'm doing here now. Well, let's see here now. I'm kind of stuck in the middle. I don't know what to do. I didn't think Powell would have quite that much effect, but I certainly wouldn't want to have been trading anyway. I just don't think it's smart to trade in those kind of, speech or news. Who knows, Did we know it was going to do 40, 50, 60, 65 handles, 70? Wait a minute, 85. Did we know it was going to do 80 handles? Boop. It did. That's what it did. Dropped off 80 handles from the once he started speaking. Now we're going to get below that and go down, or what? I'd love to short something and get a few dollars out of here. But what I'm starting to look at now is common sense, right? So here's the MCVPOC. We seem to be having some trouble getting under that very far for the last 30 minutes. And here's the low of the day at 87. Well, I can't imagine there'll be any more shocking news that'll take them down that far. And that is essentially only 10 handles we're looking at. Tongue in cheek, only 10 handles, but you get the point. It's not a lot of room for some momentum to get going, and there hasn't been any momentum. They're now trying to figure out what to do. Anytime there's a big disruption to the auction like that, it takes whoever the hell it is some time to figure out where value is and where they want to trade, and they have to reassess what they think. And this whole market is really driven on the bonds, the yield, the treasuries, the yields, and options and volatility. That's what the futures are basically just a hedge instrument for me. Specifically options, I believe. That's what I think. I don't know. I don't trade them. Looks like they're getting plenty of momentum, though I didn't think they would. I would be sort of amazed why they would put in a new low of day, but he's got to be done. And here's we go, down to check out a new low. So shows you what I know. I didn't think that would happen, as obviously that's why I was just talking about it a minute ago. And there's the 10 points. So there you go. What do you want to do? This is the perfect place for the asymmetric trade, by golly. Put a trade on and put your stop one tick under there, and if it doesn't, and that's if it takes your stop, well, then you're wrong. And you've got a lot of upside, assuming that anything ever happens up. "20 minutes till the power hour," whatever that means. Yeah, I'm not gonna try that. Picking the bottom and going long here, that's really worked out okay up here. But, once, twice, three times a lady, I think it's got to go down some more. Got to get maybe a new low. And then it would roll back around. There we go. Because they're looking for the stops that are down here. That's what it's all about. They're looking for that fuel. And maybe they're going to keep hammering it too. That's the next problem. Definitely, we're in a short. Context is definitely down today. No question about that. Pretty quick, there's going to be 20 handles out. Somebody's got a pile of stuff down here at the 80. Somebody's got a lot of liquidity sitting down here at 80 and been there a while. Who, I don't know. Obviously. Probably guys that were short up here that have been shorted in this from the very beginning, from the beginning of the speech, and this is where they want to cover. Because these are buys, right? This is longs down here, or bids. So this is where they want to cover. Yeah, if you got shorted around 346, it'd be nice to get down to 280, wouldn't it? I don't think I've ever seen the thing just right along the bottom, right along the bottom of the profile like this. Sure I have, but out new lows, down we go. Not on high volume, however. Buying volume. So these are shorts covering down here. These are delta. Well. 3 holes in the ground, right? I put a long on at 89, and the stop is on the low of the day. Right now, it can't get out of its own way. It's down a point. So, and that's in upon TopStep in that Trader X thing. So they're just still fussing around a lot over here. Why, I don't really understand why they're not going one way or the other. We're getting some headroom here now. Well, we were. This is an example of an asymmetrical trade, right? Not sure what they're doing now. Well, maybe they're messing around until 2 o'clock. Till the power hour starts, who knows? You know, there's a lot of liquidity sitting over there at 92. That's got to be what the problem is. Oh, well, I'm sorry, 92, 52, 92. There you go. And 90, you see all this liquidity that's laying up here? All sell stuff. What does the, there's a thing called the tilt. It's 54 long, 46 short. Looking like a stop coming my way here up there. 6 points, and it's 24 ticks. And my profit target is only up at 12 points. 2 to 1, right? But this thing is now stepping its way down and not getting any headway up. It can't get above that previous low. I'm going to take my stop here now pretty quick, I think. A point left. There we go. Well, that's, there you are. 20 bucks. 20 bucks in the hole, baby. I really did imagine we would have a bounce of some sort. I figured I was pretty safe. First of all, it was an asymmetric trade. My entry was right there. My stop was right there. And, you know, exactly 6 points. I don't know now. I don't know what to think. I would have thought surely that they'd bounce it, but whoever these assholes are that are laying up here are not playing nice. That's for sure. As we go into the power hour. So there you go. And I don't have any clue what they're going to do, whether that's just a pullback and a short. You know, maybe that was the idea. Maybe this was the pullback to reshort, obviously. 20, 30 handles. Thought sure they would kind of bounce it up a little bit off of that. Off of the on that Powell speech low. Try it again. Up there. It's getting further away from me now. There we go. Okay, now we're considerably under. Our stop is at something. 52.77. And our take profits at 52.95, which I'll definitely push up. Assume if it ever gets going, and so far it hasn't even shown green yet. So the stop is down here below this. Entries at something. Entries at 83.25, I guess. Right there. That's about as asymmetrical as I know how to get. And it's still not, they're still not getting any push. We're approaching 55 though. Oh, we're up a half a point. No, a quarter of a point. No, 50 cents. I guess I could open that up on a different browser down here where I would be able to. No, and there they go. Right down, another push down. I'll be damned. That's pretty amazing, boy. They cannot get out of their own way on this thing. Again with the this liquidity up here at 85-ish. So we had 700 stops out. We had 110, 526, 280. Now we're down here again, and I'm knocking on the door of getting stopped again at 77.25. No, higher than that, actually. Something's wrong. I don't know what that is. Seems different. It's kind of weird because the red label is different than the line, and I know that it's supposed to be. Oh, I bet I know what it is. Yeah. Well, we'll see if we get another down candle here. We've now flipped over. We've got 5 minutes to the world famous power hour. There we go. I mean, there we go, but you know what I mean. Oh boy, I'm a point in the money. Wow. $1.25, mind you. This is 1 micro. But hey, you know, if you can work out a good, profitable system, have a good, a high probability or edge or expectancy, it doesn't matter the value of what matters is the number of lots and that you've got your statistics and everything and your setup and your procedure proper. And then if you do, scaling up is easy. Last night I got 113 ticks on a micro, or yesterday afternoon, and that's $1.47, or that's $147 here on this in this stream. Okay. Well, that would be $1,400 if I was trading two. Oh, I'm sorry, that's 2 micros. I would be $147 dollars if I was trading minis. $1,400 if I was trading minis. Geez, I can't think here. I'm trying to read and talk and, you know, that stuff. Chew gum, walk. Well, they had it profitable there for about a half a point, and then it just turned around and went down the other way. These guys that are sitting up here at 87 half-ish, they seem to be pretty, have a pretty bad attitude, I think. We're going to have to do something about them. We'll have to call Rubio or somebody and get him deported. We'll show him who's boss. There we go. Now we're getting a little bit of room. Not much, but a little bit. I'm assuming that once these dorks lift off or get filled, that up will go. Somebody's got to want to take profit at some point here, I would think. Maybe not. Maybe they're happy to get short and stay that way. We're putting in a freaking zipper over here again. This consolidation nonsense. Gonna stop it out again. Wow. That's amazing. They cannot get this thing to move. Funny how much pressure can be applied. Oh, the tilt is flipped to 49.51. And there's a stop. There's another one. Well, I'm $12 down now. No, $51. Boy, that's crazy. So I guess short's the way, huh? Pretty amazing. But I'm really disappointed in a lot of stuff. Well, I'm just, this asymmetrical buying the bottom thing is something I would certainly not do with any kind of number of contracts or anything else. And now we just continue to plug down. So I have no clue what they're going to do now. Continue to sell it down, I guess. And the NQ is falling out of bed, and the ES is following suit, I guess. 52.75 quarter. And I'm going to stop trying to pick the bottom, that's for sure. That's pretty incredible. I mean, never got more than a point in the green. Never got more than a point in the green. And now it'll just go rip into the north. I suppose. Another one of these at 75 quarter. See if I get filled. I don't think so. Maybe. I didn't think I'd get stopped the last time, but guess what happened? Well, we're in the power hour now, so what's that mean? Well, it's in another long. Right at the bottom. 76 quarter. Now we'll see what happens. Again. Ooh, we're up We're up 2 points. No, point and a half. No, 2 points. Obviously, this account is just a TopStep X Combine, $18 a month. For 50,000. That's a pretty good deal. I mean, it's if you don't mind using this particular software, which I'm trying to get kind of used to, because that's interests me. But yeah, it's $18 a month, and it's a full combine. So you get to the 3,000 profit target. You get an XFA, and then you can start taking payouts and the whole shot. And it got stopped out. Holy shit, look at that. Well, that's the end of that. I'm not doing that anymore. Wow. It's just they can't quit hammering it. I went to the bathroom and walked, which is just around my corner here from in my office. Holy crap. Well, I should have gone short a long time ago, huh? And then I'd be way up. Which is typically the direction I like to trade, but I was thinking, well, this is an opportunity to try asymmetric trades, and it's the power hour and yada, 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 yada. It's pretty crazy. I can't quite imagine that I guess they're going to close on the lows or keep going down. I don't know what's the point now. I don't know where they even are, what they're thinking or anything else. And no clue. Wow, 68. Lows clear down at 68. So now they're going to go ripping way up again. I'm only going to try this one more time. What is it? 69.75 is those lows? 68's the deal. So 69.75. Wow. I doubt if this will ever get hit, but maybe. Might be. I might be pleasantly surprised. Boom. And again. Now we'll see what happens. If it just goes up and gets me stopped out again, that'll be however many trades that is. And I'll be, whatever. It was fun. Oh, maybe they're going to take it down for 2,600. Maybe they're looking for that whole number down there. Whether it's 6.25 now, so it ain't going the right way. That's for sure. No, definitely not. I'd say this is probably going to stop out also. And maybe they're looking for that 60. Beats the hell out of me. They're looking to make me mad. And this, typically I short, but I would never short down here. They're shorting the hole, right? I'm thinking I've been wanting to mess with these asymmetric trade ideas. So far, 3 of them have been bust. And it's kind of like the opening swing trade or opening range trade. If it hits, great, and if it doesn't, it's a low probability. But if it hits, it's a good winner. 3 points low, 3 points off the air, 2, yeah, 3 points now off. All this liquidity piled up on top here has cut the lid on the pot. These 14 and 63s, they just keep moving them down. Those are sellers, and the buyers aren't coming up to meet them particularly. So, and there's really no line in the sand down here anywhere. We are kind of consolidating down here. If you want to look at the Renko, we're kind of in the middle of outer space as far as the micro composite goes. The definitely short covering, which doesn't seem like that's working out too well right now. It's a P-shaped profile. We're coming to the end of the low of 3 days ago. Yeah, which is correct. See that on the micro composite? You can see right, come on, right here. We're coming to the low 3 days ago. Same thing up here. Here we are. 2 P-shaped profiles. Stopped again. Well, okay. Well, that's it. So much for asymmetrical trade location. I knew I didn't like them. And yeah, they're headed to 26, it looks like. Why? Well, there's a big pile of liquidity sitting down here at 22.50. Maybe that's got something to do with it. I wish I'd have gone short on my first asymmetric trade. On location. That's pretty crazy. I mean, there's not a lot of wisdom in picking bottoms or tops, either one. And people, I kept looking for the pop or whatever it is. Well, what I'm doing is consciously seeing if this concept of an asymmetrical trade idea works out. The unfortunate part is it's just the selling pressure is not letting up. So the market has decided that the American economy is toast. And probably our dollar as a currency, reserve currency. And that orange fellow is busy just, going around. Every time he opens his mouth, something terrible comes out. It's like, dude, go golfing, really. Give us a break. 58, yeah, we'll just keep chugging down. I wouldn't have any idea what to do down here. Let's get down to 50 and see what happens. They bring it down to 52.50 and see if they take a break or something, or if that's enough or whatever, I don't know what to think. NASDAQ's just hammering. 18,350s down to 18,149 since I started doing this. Since 1:30, the last 30 minutes. And of course, now I'm busy looking somewhere else and it starts to move. So, well, they're up 10 handles. God damn, you know. That's amazing. They're up 10 handles since my well, we'll try this again. Now we're in it a little higher up, which is not very good. My stop is inside the wick. All I want's 10 points. Come on, man. What's the matter with you guys? What is the matter with you guys? When this does, if and when at some point they turn around, which may happen overnight, which frequently does, I'm moving my target up to where this big candle came down. It ought to actually go up further than that, but I want to just get back to, I'd like to get back to even on that. If we're going to get there, I don't know. Up 4.5 points now on this candle. I got a late entry here about here at, what is it? 62s. I'm in right there. No, right. Where'd it go? Who's on third? Right there. So that's not a particularly good entry. And it may get stopped out. If they get through this nonsense and get moving, they got 220 or 300 of them sitting there. Maybe. Maybe that's real. Maybe it's not. Funny how that TopStep has a thing called the tilt on their X thing, which platform, and it shows you all of the TopStep traders what direction they're in. Right now, the ES is 52% long and 48 short, and how many trades they've done and all kinds of stuff like that. And for each one, for the big four, for the NQ and gold and crude. This is not looking good here. Except this would be officially, if it materializes, that would be a reversal candle. So we'll see if that happens. Why it would happen beats the hell out of me. Other than the selling just dried up, and at some point in time, and we are at 15 into the power hour. At some point in time, somebody's got to want to start taking some profit here, in my opinion. Now I'm going to go get a bottle and go get some water. Don't let them stop me out when I'm gone. Oh, well, thanks. Didn't let them stop me out. Come on now, get up there and get a reversal candle and show this pencil neck there who's boss. They traded it down to, looks like 240, or now they're gonna be obnoxious now. I really never trade this way seriously, but I've always thought about doing it, so I figured this was a good time to play with it. And it's gonna get stopped now. Oh, it waited for me to come back. Thank you so much. There we go. So there's a stop on a bad entry. $150 on, I don't know how many trades, probably 5 or 4 or something like that. That's just amazing. Really. Really and truly amazing. At some point, I think it's got to go up, but maybe not. They could close it right down near the lows. No question about that. They have done that way more than once. However, what do we have going on here now that I'm thinking about it? Well, we have higher lows. Well, it's not quite as good as I should have done. This candle has not, this 5-minute candle up there has not closed yet. So it could still, if it closes above here, it's a reversal. But whether that's going to happen or not, it doesn't look like it. Oh, no, a new candle. So they close it on the lows. They're going to go lower. Going lower. Huh. There it is, stopped. That's pretty darn amazing. Huh. Well, yeah. So much for asymmetrical trade location. I guess the concept is that if you're going to do it, it needs to be in a rotational environment, not something like this, I guess. I don't really understand. You know, as they say, the market can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. And I'm not really trying to predict where it's going. I guess I am in a sense. I'm trying to predict to call a bottom, which isn't a good idea. But on the other hand, I'm trying to 56.5, where did that go? What I'm trying to do is do this asymmetrical trade thing where I can get good trade location and a good stop, and figuring that at some point in this day, it's now 1422, that they're going to want to go the other way. But, you know, that's a big if right there. So it's in again. And now the stop is at 52.52. Oh, maybe that's my problem. Maybe I need to be under 50. I mean, maybe that's where they're headed for, is at 50 down here. Because that's where a big pile of liquidity, buy liquidity, is sitting. I don't know. We'll see. And I'll think positive and move my target way up here. And I'm not doing any real trade management. I mean, like I'm not moving my stop at all. I did move my target up to swing high, but I'm not moving my stop at all. I could be actually trailing it up to break even and none of this would be happening. But I'm curious to see if this thing ever, in fact, works. What is this crap? Now there's some new thing. Memory on this thing is not very nice. Bookmap keeps having a problem. And I don't know what to do. I've talked about it before. I built the biggest computer. I built my own trading computers, and this is the most powerful one. A Threadripper or something. I mean, it was, quite a powerful upscale machine when I built it a couple of years ago. It's got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. It's GPU's a NVIDIA RTX 3090 or 3060 or something like that with 12 gigs of RAM. Man, they're going to do it again. Unbelievable. They cannot get this thing turned around. I think they're going to go to 52 and then see what happens after that. There's a bunch of liquidity living down there like a big magnet. 5250, I'm sorry, not 5200. 5250. Yeah, they're going to do it again. Oh, that's amazing. I surely wouldn't have thought none of these would have bounced. But boy, that's what it's been. And that's pretty much what it's been, though, hasn't it? Huh. Sure as hell, they're going to go to 5250. That's exactly what they're doing. Which is the new Globex low. Yeah, that's exactly what they were heading for. Or within a little bit of it anyway. The low is 52.51.5 so far. And who the hell knows what's going to happen with a market on close order. It's going to have to be special. Well, this is just irritating beyond all measure. Yeah, this is pretty crazy stuff. I should have just gone short, which is my normal thing to do, but I thought I would try this and be a little bit experimental and, and I would be just laughing my ass off because I could have kept moving my targets down. So we're going to be turning the corner here for the last little while, and then I'm going to be. This is also on the TopStep thing, so I can when I go to pick up Tam, I'll just let it sit. If it isn't out, if I haven't gotten one way or the other. But boy, they just keep selling. That's for sure. They did get down to 52 and change, 52, 50, 75. And now the guy's moved down to 52.50, and he's still down there with 230 contracts. And somebody at 52.60's got 2,600 on there, supposedly. Or 260, I mean. Funny that I don't see anybody looking like they're interested in taking profit. But maybe that's what they're doing now. They're taking profit, washing out all the longs that went on that Wednesday. That big pause the tariff crap on Friday. What an ass. I mean, what an insider. Everywhere you look, there's something crazy going on in our government at the moment. It's pretty weird. Students in this country, foreign students in the country, I just heard Rubio about this. Foreign students in our country here legally studying. The State Department cancels their visa unbeknownst to them and then attacks and arrests them within minutes on the street because they're in the country illegally. But they weren't. They came here legally. They were here legally 2 minutes ago, It's really crazy. It's like shades of Gestapo here, to be honest with you. There we go. Now we get somebody going up that way. I'll run it up to the top and I'll be all happy. Let me see something here. I'm going to see how many points this is. 200, is it 175? 100 ticks. Well, this is the best I've done so far. It's 4 or 5 points. I mean, it's fun, right? This is like no stress, no sweat, no strain. It's just, like I said, it's an $18 combine. Yeah, so there you are. And it's not, I certainly don't have my hopes and dreams hanging on this thing. I took it originally when they came out with the $18 special deal Patak because I wanted to see how they're talking about how fantastic it is and all this stuff. And I wanted to see, because I think I've mentioned here in the stream that I had a very pleasant experience trading with Tradovate before it was purchased by NinjaTrader. And then I left it alone, went back to the IRT, and then got in with Bookmap and these guys with Tom and the T-Lab. But well, now they're back down again. They were up 6 points, and now they're back down to a point. Anyway, so I got it, and then I just have kept it to see what I think about it. And my daughter and I have played with it a little bit, a couple of trades and stuff like this. It's great. Or at night, once or twice I put a trade on and just basically on what I thought, threw a dart, put a trade on, went to bed, and I was up several $100. That was a mini. That was before I thought, well, that's pretty dumb in this volatility. And I went to micros. Well, if they close it up here, which they got a ways to go, we definitely have a 3-bar reversal. Whether that means anything or not, who knows. But so far now, 7 points to the good. I need about 100 points, I think. No, not points. Sorry, ticks. 140 ticks. $35 ticks. Okay. Points, I'm sorry. I used to have ticks on my, you can set different things so that it shows your trades in ticks or points or whatever you want to, dollars, whatever you want to do. And I moved it to points the other day because somebody was commenting on, especially with the NASDAQ, it's $5 a point. So it's, if you have it set at points, it's really easy to just do the quick math in your head. Or a tick, I'm sorry. Or whatever it is, 50 cents a tick or something in micros. It would be $1 a tick in micros as opposed to $1.25 with micros. Well, we got up to 52.70, which was about, I don't know, 10 handles or something like that. We're going to close up here, if that matters. Looks like, maybe, I don't know. And we're rounded the curve here. We have officially rounded the curve. Yep. About a minute left. Well, this is kind of fun. It's a break of some monotony, and it's fun. I'm thinking I can do it on the stream, and I will figure that out. These are two separate computers. I've got several monitors here, and the ones in front of me are a 4-monitor stack rack, you know, two over under. And the two on the top are a different computer. My trading computer are the two lower, bigger monitors. They're 32-inch 4Ks. And then I have another one off to I have two standing desks in an L. And to my left is a vertical monitor that's got all the OBS stuff on it. And then around the corner from that is another 32 with another computer. So it's not just, you know, I can't just, the point of all that was I can't just grab it from the top monitor and pull it down or include the stream on it or whatever. That's the point. It's not that easy. Well, I'd like to see him take it back up to that MCV POC. That'd be kind of cute. Get up to the 53 there. That'd be nice. And the funny part about it is that would just get it back to break even. After all those pick the bottoms that didn't work out like I had them planned. So there is a 3-bar reversal, and are we going to continue up? Are they going to take profit? What are they going to do? These sellers keep thinking that they've got a lot of they want to keep selling it, I guess. The tilt has gone 64% long. I've almost started thinking about the tilt trade, which is just go opposite the tilt. If you stop and think about it, if 95% of traders, especially these retail guys, go broke, going the opposite ways must be a good thing, huh? Must work out in the long run. They're long the NASDAQ, they're long the gold, and they're short. I'm sorry, they're long crude, long gold, and short gold. Well, they're going to come back down to the entry now. It was up about 10 ticks or some points, and now they're back down to 4. Pretty crazy. Up there at 70, at the 72s, they brought it right up to here, right? What any of this really means, I got no freaking idea. You'd think they'd get it up at least here-ish or here-ish. I'd like to see 53s. I'd like to see him up there at 53. That'd be kind of cute. Get a run going here. Let's squeeze these mothers. Put a short squeeze on them. That'd be cool. I'd like that. That'd be pretty funny. They are to some degree. They're at least approaching the MCV POC a little, not in scale, but Mr. Big Shot, Mr. Big Sell Boy there at 71 or 70 with 140. Heavy skew on the offers. If you look over here, see there's 90s and 60s, and we got teens and 40s over here. Buyers haven't started getting rambunctious yet. What a squeeze is, of course, is when they can get it above all of these stops. And then in order to fill those stop orders, which become limit buys, a short stop order, stop loss becomes a limit buy. It becomes a market buy when it's hit by price. And then you get a liquidity run. Like you get into this low volume up here with these low numbers. That's a likely spot to get some movement. And I have to think about what I'm going to do here. I think my phone doesn't seem to work with this app very well, or I can't figure it out. But I think I can cancel or something pretty easy. So if I haven't got this off by the time I go get to him, I'll be able to close it. And it's not on my big set here, so. Not on the big rig, so no problem. Come on, man. Get a squeeze on these girls. Come on. Squeeze them. There you go. Well, I'm making some headway now. A little bit of headway. Not a lot, but a little. See, tonight's the big cool nights. Well, we got some. They haven't gotten over that. 280. Got another pile of liquidity sitting up here. These girls have got to go away here. Somebody, this guy here and Mr. Big Shot with 222, and they've got 40 and 38, and we got nobody buying them up down here. Now we're on. Now we're getting a little bit of a squeeze on, I think. Or, whatever. It is what it is. It's going up anyway. Going the other way. Uh-huh. Pretty soon it's going to be closer to my profit target than it is to the bottom, which is pretty cool. Not quiet. Keeps fussing around up here. I suppose this jerk off is over here of course, Mr. Big Shot's over here being busy boy. Flopping on contracts. So we're at 42. We've got 8 minutes till the market on close orders, and I would have no freaking idea what that's going to do. But I tell you one thing I am going to do. I'm going to move this up to just under the at 53, my profit target. That would be 41 points, which is a whole lot of 160 ticks. 161 ticks. And it may not do anything at all. Before I go, what I'll do here is bring my stop up to at least break even and leave my profit target up there and see what to do with it. Oh, and this thing has got to be, that's something else I got to remember. You got to close these. I got to close this out before I leave, I think. You got to have your combines, I think, have to be closed by 3:10. I'm not sure if it auto liquidates them or not. That's something I have never had to deal with before. There's 20 points. That's something I've never dealt with before, so that's a big one. I don't know. That's the problem I don't know the answer to. Well, now we're down to 14 points. Come on, girls. 44, 6 minutes. Let's hold off. What is that line anyway? I don't even know. There we go. $280. Okay. Bring my stop up a little bit here. Oh, we're at 100 point. We're at 100. Made 20 points. $100. Wow. Not better than poking the eye, right? And 45. So 5 minutes till the world famous market on close orders, and some next jerk off has got all this. See this boy here that keeps jerking his putting his offers here. This liquidity. Got to get through these guys here. This guy just keeps rolling them out. And we're getting up to a big swing bottomy area up here at the 90s. So that could be a problem. And that's not looking very good. Now we're at 25 points or something. Now we're down to 14. This jerk again. Mister, I'm a big shot with a lot of stuff to sell over here. Come on, get him. Show him who's boss. Pound it. Pound salt in him. There we go. Let's go. Let's take off. Let's get this thing rolling. I got things to do here. 5280. This guy is just, I'm a big shot at 5280. We get through this guy, then we got 85s to lift, and then it's going to be off to the races, I think. Be my guess. Be my guess. That would be my guess. So my trade management is just a matter of profit target at 53, and I've brought my stop up just over the entry. So there you go. I'll either make money on it or I won't. Come on, man. Get moving here. The deal here. I got things to do. I want to think about this. This guy is really annoying. Must be my ex-wife. So 2 minutes till the MOCs. I'm curious to see what I've never been sitting in a trade when that happened. And I don't know what to think about it. I don't know whether to cancel the stop and the target and then just have my finger on the flatten button. I don't know what to do, actually. I've never held into that, frankly. Where's Putman when you need him? That 5280, that jerk is being pretty persistent, and now you see 242 has moved up to 85. They can't get it over that 80. That guy's just got his feet dug in like Clarence the Mule. There we go. That's what I wanted to see happen. Thank you very much. Took care of that dork and the other guy above him at 85, so that's pretty cool. Now they can keep it running. Never know about that, but if they can, that'd be pretty snazzy. Get the squeeze on them. Squeeze a Rooney. Looney Tooney. They're getting up towards my profit target now. I'm within $25 of being whole. That's pretty amazing. I don't know what to do about the profit target, but I guess I'll just let it run up here. Well, I'm more than profitable now. Or was. And maybe what I'll do is just flatten out or crowd it. I don't know. What do we got? Oh, that was the MOC bump, I guess. Well, we'll see if we get up to my target at the 53s. I think we're there, aren't we? Come on, man. Get up there and take that out. Only got a little farther to go. You only got 5 handles to go. Come on. There we go. Come on. Come on. A little more. Come on. Squeeze them, squeeze them, squeeze them. Oh, 97, 75, 98. Come on. You gotta be kidding me. There we go. This push will get him, I think. 96, 96, 97 and a half. Boom. Okay, there's the target. And I ended up I was down $160 or something, and I ended up $32. So you see. And perfect timing. Now I go get them. Everybody's happy. Well, thank you, Mr. Putman or whatever it is, Mr. Market on Close guy. So there you go. Now, had I done that along with it on the real trading situation down here, I would be pretty happy, but I wouldn't have been happy with all of these attempts. Right? Had I gotten down to the 50-50 into the 250s when I said that looks like where they're heading, and then gotten long, well, now that would be miraculous. That would have been just about, it would have been 50 points. So there you go. Well, that is a good example. Oh, now we're up to 53.04. So they're still going up. They're still squeezing them good. Hope they squeeze them till they bleed to death. That's a good example, though. You could make 200 and change on two micros on the ES. Now I'm going to try to do something awe-inspiring here if I can. How do you save this son of a bitch? Reset layout. I don't want to do that. Save layout. Okay. I'm going to close this thing and see if I can open it. I don't have it on this machine yet. I was going to try to open it on the trading machine so that I could be ahead of that. Bummer. Come on. Yep. Okay, let me see if I can. Okay. Oh, so there you go. All right, so this is the TopStep X thing. Make sure I pin it to the bar. I've got it now on the trading machine. So this is the TopStep X thing. There's kind of sorry how this all works, but you got to do the, you got to, come on, you son of a bitch. You got to scoot this, in order to get the volume profile to work, you got to scoot the thing along and it doesn't, there you go, like that. So that's pretty annoying. And then I've got a bunch of levels and stuff up here. But what I was going to show you was, for the sake of the stream, hope this is not some sort of super secret. Confirm account switching, show confirmation. Some sort of, yeah, it's a 50K combine. Boom. There's a way to do that somehow or another, I think. A stream mode or some bullshit. I think. Streamer mode. I think that does something to it. I don't know what. Oh yeah, makes dots everywhere, right? Okay, so I guess I could have left some of those alone, but here are. Well, where's all the confirmations that are supposed to be there? Charts and data. Show oh no. Executions, there we go. All right, so there you are. There's all those shorts at the bottom, right? And I go back to the streamer mode thing here. Privacy. Okay. So there. Well, there's no, and there's the balance, $32. And at one point it was down $1.70. So that's how it worked. That is how you can see all of the entries. There's short, stop. And then finally, boom, and up to there, up back to the 53s. So this is the TopStep. Here's that tilt thing I was talking about. So right now the TopStep world are short 57. So that's how it works. Cool. All right. Well, I got that figured out. So if I do this again, I can now put it back up on the other machine. I did this so that I could show it on the stream. Actually, kind of nice on the bigger monitor, though. I gotta say that. That's kind of handy. Well, there you go. Oh, and there I go. And there I go getting the Tamarama. So that was an interesting afternoon of tomfoolery. Actually, it wasn't. It was kind of fun. And I confirmed to myself that I'm not crazy about the idea of, obviously there's a lot more to think about when it comes to asymmetric trades. You've got to be doing them when it's a counter trend. I have to think about that because that was stupid. I mean, it worked out, but just $30. And it was down at one point $1.70. So, or something like that. And I ended up, I don't know. Yeah. Anyway, so I ended up a couple $100 up on this trade, on this last trade right here. And out right there at 52.99 and in at 52.58. So there you go. All right, I am going to now do the usual. Go. I'll be back 8 o'clock in the morning. Have a great night. Go do something fun. I'm gonna go get Tam. I always enjoy that. So it was an interesting afternoon. Just playing with it since about a little after 1. So an hour, just short, long, just going long at all at every low with a stop below the low. It's an asymmetric trade location was the idea. There's that. Okay, I'm done.